Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Not as good as you would have thought.
At Fry TV suck, good morning.
I wish I kind of stared at the ceiling for a bit.
Fry says, hey at Kentucky fan 888.
But it's good to see ya. So not
Fry
as quite as
says,
good as sleep.
hey at Kentucky fan 888.
Not as good of a sleep as I would have liked. But we are headed up to Green Bay to get some asphalt today. Just to bring it all the way back to Manitowoc. This has definitely been a weird year for asphalt because they used to have a plant over in Kiel, and then they had like a little mobile plant that they had over where we were dumping the asphalt yesterday. So yeah, I don't know, it's kind of a weird year. We've been doing a lot of Green Bay, Appleton, Sheboygan Falls. I don't know.
Kentucky fan says that's a long drive down.
It's not
At
that.
Kentucky fan 888 says, that's a long drive, Dan.
It's not that long. I mean, I know where I'm going, so I didn't put it in the GPS, but let's throw it in there real quick. 38 minutes. It's definitely not the longest drive. There we go. Now we got it in the GPS. But I doubt it's going to be a lot of loads.
Chef Tara says, good morning, Daddy Eric.
Good morning.
At Kentucky fan 888 says, did you fuel up?
No, I'm still sitting at a little over half a tank. Like you said yesterday, I can stop and I can get some hot dogs or something in the afternoon. Not overly worried too much about it. Although I might do a water cleanse today. Just skip food. My gut's feeling a little bit better, but it might be good just to give it a break from having to do shit. Literally. So yeah. But I did weigh myself today. I did break underneath the 270 pounds. I'm at 250 or 257 pounds. I mean, I did break down to 254.
At Kentucky fan 888 says, yeah.
So I'm pretty happy about that. I was getting kind of annoyed that I was doing all the right stuff, but I I was stuck at 257 for a while.
Fan says it sweeps things good morning.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, at Sweets Things good morning.
Good morning, Sweets.
Kentucky Fan says at Tara Clock 8589 good morning.
At Terra Clock 8589 good morning.
So yeah, the weight's coming off, slowly but surely.
Fry says, hey at Sweets Things. At Kentuckithan 888 says, I can't do a water diet if I don't eat. I feel like shit, even if it's a banana.
Yeah. I don't know, we're just gonna see how it goes.
Tara says good morning everyone.
Chef Tara says, good morning everyone.
Fry says me at Tara Clock 8589.
Good morning, Tara.
Fry says, hey at Terra Clock 8589.
Well, GPS says we'll be at the plant at 8:25. We're supposed to be there at 8:30. Usually GPS lies a little bit, so we'll probably show up right at 8:30. So we're good.
Sweets says we got sad news yesterday.
At Sweets Things says, we got sad news yesterday. Kenny's brother Greg, up on the family farm, passed away. We sent a friend to do a wellness check, and they found him in his bed.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. It's never a good situation.
Fry says, a 5-day water fast is about all I can do at Kentuckithan 888. My last 2 fast I tapped out after 2 days. I don't have much fat to burn.
Yeah. I was just thinking about doing it today. Not multiple days.
Fry says, sorry to hear that at Sweets Things.
You too.
At Stenchilka 272
I'm live
says,
streaming at
sorry
the
to
moment.
hear that, sweets. Good morning, everyone.
Oh.
138 says, at Fry TV I hear you, I'm not eating much, I'm down to 270 pounds. At Sweets Thing says, thank you. Greg was Kenny's best friend. He's taking it really hard. The next few weeks will be crazy. His daughter lives in TX, will be a lot of back and forth to the farm.
Oh yeah, that's a hop and a skip.
Tucci fan says of Sweets Things, I'm so sorry for your loss.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, at Sweets Things I'm so sorry for your loss. Fry says, I am 144 wet LOL at Kentuckithan 888 if the wind is high outside I have to watch it LOL.
Stop bragging. I don't know what I would look like at 144 pounds. The BMI table says that you're supposed to be closer to like 180.
Tucci fan says, I'm being warm.
Being 6'1".
At Sweets Thing says, thank you everyone. I'm going to get the day going. I'll be listening. Much loves and many blessings.
Cool beans.
Much loves and many blessings.
Fry says, yep LOL at Kentuckithan 888.
Seems like the second TTS is keeping up with the chat a little bit better today. It's muted, you guys don't hear it as much, but I'm hearing it. I think I'm hearing all the messages come through.
At Sherrod Howard 9581 says, good morning, be safe.
Good morning, welcome to the channel, welcome to chat. Always safe.
Tucci fan says Eric is jealous I haven't to look at this.
Fry says, later at Sweets Things. At Kentuckithan 888 says, Eric is jealous I am too, but that's a little too skinny for me. I look like a walking toothpick.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm sitting here saying is, you know, the BMI chart says Fry should be closer to like 180. So 144, That's pretty fucking
At
lean.
Lightfoot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
That's pretty lean for a 6'1" frame. Fry will have to send me some pics. I'll have to show what he looks like. We'll let the girls judge if he needs to bulk up a little bit or put a little bit of daddy weight on. One of the two. I think I'll be happy if I can get down to about 200. I'm not trying to go for the whole ripped, look. I want to.
I look very fat at 180, so 144.
Fry says, I look very fat at 180, so 144 looks good on me and I feel good.
That's all that matters, right? I want to see where I'm at about 200. I just want my stomach to be flat. I don't want to have the gut.
At Kentuckithan888 says, it's hard to lose weight when you get older. It's easy when you're young.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of watching the calorie intake for me. Maybe as I lose more weight, I'll be even more active than I am now. Because as I'm losing the weight, I can feel my energy levels going up. It's not as draining to have to carry all the extra weight around.
Jerry Howard 9581 say, well, I think you're fine as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's more of a being healthy than outward appearance. I mean, I physically feel better the more weight I'm losing. And who knows, maybe, I bulk up a little bit, I can have a second career as like a male exotic dancer. I'm pretty sure there might be some ladies that might like to see the silver fox up on the pole. Dancing around in my little banana hammock.
Chef Tara says, yummy yummy silver fox. At Kentuckithan888 says, see, I don't eat fast food. Maybe once a month. I don't know how people can do it every day.
Yeah. Well, some people, they don't really have a choice.
581 say, I'd make it rain
Abshiri Howard 9581 says, I'd make it rain for you.
Wow, that'd be fun. I don't know, we'll see. Right now it's all about, oh, gotta stretch. Right now it's just all about feeling better. You know, not feeling tired, not feeling not good. That's all it is about now, but who knows, maybe I'll become a gym nut. I'll start liking being thin. I'll get all pump you up. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see.
Fry says, I never eat out. I am lucky I get to work from home at Kentucky Fan 888.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like when I'm on the road, I really have no choice.
Adora Gothko says, good morning.
Hello, my little goth girl. How you doing? Good morning. I mean, when I'm on the road, I don't really have a choice other than to eat out. I try to pick the best choices. Yeah, I try not to eat fast food. I try to go to at least like a restaurant. I mean, with today's prices at like McDonald's and shit, it's like it just makes sense to go to like frickin' Chili's or something. You know, you're spending almost as much on a meal and you're getting quality of food.
Abshiri Howard 9581 says, have a great day. I'm off to work.
Alright, you take care of yourself. We'll see you probably on like your lunch break or something.
Try says later that show Howard 9581.
Fry says, later Abshiri Howard 9581.
Tara says good morning, man.
I think we're gonna try turning off the backup TTS because the other one seems to be
Chef Tara
triggering.
says, good morning.
So let's we'll try the AI TTS. We'll see if it keeps up today. So AI TTS is going. Have fun with it. Let's see how long it takes for you guys to break it. Oh. I guess let me know if it misses your message, but so far it seems like it's been working pretty good. And I did nothing to it. Lock him up, Fry. Lock him up. The first message. First message when I turn off the backup TTS and nothing. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? I saw your message, Fry.
Kentusi fan says, did you hear graphics cards are supposed to go up by 30 to 40% again?
No, I didn't hear that. What doesn't surprise me. Pretty soon, there's literally going to be nobody that can afford to buy a computer in these days, which is just crazy. They're literally pricing everyone out of the computer, out of computers.
Fry says bot is blocked.
Thank you, Fry.
Telescope says PS6 is going to have digital buttons on the remote controller.
Interesting. What are the digital buttons going to do?
James Bond says, good morning Eric, did you see the video of the Wisconsin tornado I sent?
Yes, I did.
Fry says, hey at Chris says 007.
Yeah, I think the AI TTS is still having issues. So the buttons you're talking about, are you talking about the YX AB buttons, like the actual game control buttons, or are you talking about like menu buttons and stuff? Yeah, it looks like the AITTS is still not. It's doing better today, but it's missing messages still. Fuck. It's really fucking annoying. It like kind of works, but doesn't. Alright. Back to our normal TTS. Our backup TTS.
Terra says, hey Chris, hope you are well.
Alright, we're just back to our normal TTS. Screw it. That's crazy. The game control buttons are going to be...
At Telescope Production Services says, yes, game control buttons.
Yeah, I don't get that. Well, I mean, people are probably just going to switch to an aftermarket controller. There'll probably be other companies that make,
James Bond says, thanks Tara, good to see you. It's been too hot here again, over 90 degrees. We need rain desperately.
I mean, the reality is then people are just going to use aftermarket controllers that have physical buttons. So the actual PlayStation 6 controller will just be a wall hanger.
Chef Tara says, that stinks Chris, we had a nice storm blow through yesterday. James Bond says, at Terra Cluck 8589 cool. Chef Tara says, I loaded and unloaded my car yesterday in the pouring down rain.
Oh, you got all moist like I did the other day. It wasn't the fun type of getting all wet.
Had a catering.
Gotcha.
At Telescope Production Services says, companies don't want you to own the product anymore. You're buying the license to play it. It's why I still buy physical media.
Yep, that's the new scam. Well, companies are selling you cars nowadays that you don't own the software to. They're trying to do that with equipment and cars and stuff too. When you buy it, you technically don't really own it. They can lock you out of it, shut it down. It's not really yours. That's why they're fighting about, that's why Louis Rossman is fighting so hard about the right to repair. There's people like with the John Deere tractors that they go and they hook up a diagnostic tool to try to figure out what the fuck's going on with it.
Says, morning Eric and Fry.
Good morning, welcome in. They hook up a scan tool to it just to try to figure out what's going on with the tractor, and the tractor will shut down until you actually have an authorized dealer come out and hook up to it.
888 says, at Telescope Production Services, yet we are fine. I won't buy digital media.
Yeah. I mean, how the fuck is that? You can't even scan your own equipment to see what the hell's going on with it? without it shutting itself down. John Deere is really fucking taking the cake with this bullshit.
At Telescope Production Services says, I read that within 2 years that cars will be putting surveillance in cars that will lock you out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that stuff too. There's a lot of
At
people.
Kentuckithan 888 says, Louis Rossman is the man. I watch all his videos.
Yeah. Yeah, there's people that are taking what's called the gateway module out of like their trucks and cars, because that's the module that does that, and then they're putting like bypass patches in. I mean, if there's a will, there's a way. People are gonna figure out ways to get around that shit. But the average person's gonna have to be susceptible to it. Because not everybody's going to be like, oh yeah, I want this shit out of there. I thought it was fucking funny. Fucking Wyckoff from the Convoy back in the days. He had a Toyota. And he had a non-related sensor that had gone bad. Alright, just something. I don't remember what it was. It was like an EGR valve or, just something mundane, whatever. Yeah, it needed to get fixed, but because his check engine light was on, his adaptive cruise control.
At Wincott says, good morning Eric and everybody from Bear Island.
Good morning. His adaptive cruise control, which was his basically just his cruise control, wouldn't work with the check engine light on. As soon as you cleared the code, it would work. But if the code came back on, and it had nothing to do with anything to do with the cruise control. It's like, really? Try to force a person to come in like right away and have shit fixed. I mean, it's not the end of the fucking world. You're literally punishing the driver. They could be, driving back home from wherever, but you're going to turn off their cruise control because the freaking EGR valve went bad. It was literally something stupid like that. The car still ran and drove normally, just the cruise control wouldn't work.
Rodder says, let me guess today is asphalt.
Today is asphalt. We're going to put a base coat down. I'm going to be adjusting the paver, so this will probably be I don't know how many loads I'm going to be doing. I'm waiting for the guy from the manufacturer of the paver to reach out, and then I'll have to try to time when I can be there also. So we're going to work on adjusting that, and I'm going to learn how to do this new machine, because I will tell you, the instruction manual on how to do it is garbage. Garbage. I mean, usually I'm so used to it being over technical that my head fucking spins. And I really got to sit down and digest what the fuck the manual is saying. This one's just like, turn this. It's like, huh? Turn it to where? How much am I supposed to turn it? How am I going to know when I'm done turning it? What are the parameters? It just says to adjust this, turn this. Okay. So
James
basically,
Bond says, hello Gwen, Lane and Kentucky fan.
you're just telling me eyeball that motherfucker. Gotcha. Just fucking eyeball it. Shut the fuck up and just eyeball it. You fucking crying ass bitch. That's what they're saying. Oh, is Glenny boy here? Nope, no Glenny boy. No Glenny boy.
At Kentucky fan 888 says, at Chris Ayers 007 hello.
Oh. Oh, you're cheating. He got his little diesel can out. He's gonna put some diesel in there. Naughty, naughty.
At Gwencut says, hello Chris, I hope you're having an awesome summer. Hi Lane and Kentucky fan cheers. At Kentucky fan 888 says, is he slacking already?
Well, I mean, it's 8:28 and he's supposed to be here at 8:30. So he's technically not late yet.
James Bond says, at Kentucky fan 888 and at Gwencut cheers, good to see you.
And then we usually give, about 10, within a 10-minute window. So he's still got a little time.
At Gwencut says, nice to see ya, also hugs. At Kentucky fan 888 says, at Gwencut good morning.
Yeah, I don't like the winter. I feel like I hibernate in the winter. I definitely don't want to do that.
At Gwencut says, good morning.
I kind of wanna do snowbirding. Go find a job down south and whatever. I mean, I got really nothing at the moment tying me to Wisconsin.
James Bond says, I will be glad when it's snowing and cold, lol. I don't like hot weather. Literally in all my 40 years on Earth I never really go out in hot weather as my skin burns fast, lol.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe Chef Tara will sit here and keep me as a slave in the kitchen. Who knows? Alright, I'll be right back.
At Lane Rodder says, it's only 2 trucks. At Kentucky fan 888 says, Eric, that's when I gain all my weight. At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Alright, I'm back. I'm back.
At Winkut says, smash the like button.
Yes, smash that like. Subscribe. Hit the bell. Become a member. Alright, let's see. I think it's channel 22. I think it's 22. Hopefully it's 22. Yeah, it is. Alright. Alright. And away we go. Yeah, no, I mute when I got to talk to the plant, and I forgot. Because he had more questions than the normal stuff he normally asks. So we were talking for a little bit longer. Done. I did not see Glennie. He might have snuck in while I wasn't paying attention, but Did not see him. I mean, will we be surprised if we see Glennie running late? Nope. Never surprises me. It surprises me more when I see him on time. It's like, oh, Glennie's here on time. That's crazy. Oh, that's funny. A Cadillac with a roof rack with ladders. That's hilarious. That's fun right there. I don't care who you are. Good morning, Ewan Gaming. I saw your message. I don't know why TTS didn't come up. Oh, I turned TTS off. Duh. 'Cause I was calling the boss. I'm like, why do I not hear anybody talking? There we go. Sing for you guys. I don't know the lyrics to any songs. I know like the catch lines, but I have never taken the time to actually memorize an entire song that I could sing. And honestly, my throat hurts a little bit today, so I don't think I'd probably be pretty pitchy. I wouldn't mind doing it, but because I don't care. Even if it isn't perfect, it doesn't matter, but I really just don't know. I don't know the lyrics to any songs. And I'm a little bit of a slow reader because I've got a little bit of dyslexia. It takes me a second to process, so never been good at karaoke either because you got to be able to read it and understand it and then have time to sing it. Where I'm just reading it, so it's very monotone when I try to sing it.
James Bond says, "Morning, James."
There we go.
Ewing Gaming 26 says, afternoon Chris LOL.
Are you talking about the song from Aqua, I think it was? You know, I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world, that one?
At Daniel may have 8,800 says, good morning.
Good morning. I really should focus on Prop Me Up Beside the Jukebox, because I know a decent amount of that song.
Says, it might get cooler if you sing Christmas songs.
Ah, fuck that. I don't want cooler. I'm good. I'm good. Temperatures are nice. I'm happy with where it's at. I'm not looking forward to winter. I mean, I'm looking forward to not having to work. Well, I mean, because I usually will take a couple weeks or a month off.
Says, at Ewing Gaming 26 cheers.
I'll take a couple weeks or a month off before I go start a new job. So, I mean, I'll be looking forward to that vacation.
Yeah, you remembered that one Eric habit that's funny.
Yeah. I can never remember it's Prop Me Up Beside the Jukebox when I die, or it's if I die, I think. Prop me up against the jukebox if I die. Lord, I don't want to go to heaven. Or, Lord, I want to go to heaven, but I don't want to go tonight. Fill my boots up with sand. There's Glenny. So he's very late. Fill my boots up with sand. Put a stiff drink in my hand. Lord, prop me up against the jukebox when I die. When I die or if I die. And then I've got no fucking clue what the next line is. So I just really know the catch to that song. That's it. That's all I know. Memorization of song lyrics is not my strength. Which I wish it was.
They have 8,804 says, hello.
Which I'll be honest with you, I wish it was. Hello. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to chat. I truly wish I was better at that, because I don't mind singing, or I didn't mind singing when I was younger. I just... What was the point? Now I got a raspy voice. My throat's sore. I gotta quit smoking. Got the smoker's voice going on. So yeah, so Glenny is, oh, well, he's going to be close to a half an hour late. Surprise, surprise. It's if I die, okay. I thought it was when. Lord, I want to go to heaven, but I don't want to go tonight. Fill my boots up with sand.
806 says,
yeah.
Joe Defee, prop me up beside the jukebox if I die. Lord, I want to go to heaven, but I don't want to go tonight. Fill my boots up with sand, but a stiff drink in my hand.
Yeah. And what's the next line, though?
James Bond says, at Daniel may have 8,804 hello. At Babbyblue 806 Mud Duck Boots, there you are. LOL, welcome in.
Yep, welcome in, Baby Blue. Hello, Tiff. I see you there.
At Babbyblue 806 says, Hiya Chris GC. At Tiffany00316 says, good morning Eric, looking good today.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. I got a question for you. You were talking about doing body shots, and I need to know exactly what your definition of doing body shots is. Because me, my idea
James
is like...
Bond says, at BabyBlue806GC.
It's like putting a boob in the mouth and like waterfalling the shot off the boob, and then maybe like licking some lime juice off the neck. I've never done body shots. Chef
At
Tara
says, Joe DeFee was up here where I lived before he passed away.
Chef Tara says you like suck the shot out of somebody's belly button. So I need definition.
James Bond says, at Tiffany00316 hello. At Tiffany00316 says, hi Chris. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, I just woke up few minutes ago and now turned computer on LOL. At Gwencoot says, he was up here where I live.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, cheers Tiffany. At Tiffany00316 says, Amanda is here too, just listening. We are driving, have important shit to get done today.
Yeah, you gotta prove that Tara's a real person. I know the top secret mission. Operation Real ID.
You put the shot glass between the boobs.
Gotcha. So basically you get a face full of boobies. Although, how would you get the... I don't know. Okay.
At Daniel Mayab 8804 says, Ewing hi.
Personally, mine sounds a little bit more fun. You get a little nipple in your mouth.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, hello Daniel. At BabyBlue806 says, well I ain't afraid of dying, it's the thought of being dead I want to go on being me. Once my eulogy's been read, don't spread my ashes out to sea, don't lay me down to rest, you can put my mind at ease.
Yeah, that's the next lyric. Yeah, and whoop, it's gone. When I hear it or I see it, I remember it, but who knows, maybe I'll practice. maybe the when the ladies.
Blue 806 says, if you fill my last request.
Yeah. Maybe when the ladies come up to Wisconsin and we start doing body shots, I'll have to practice. We'll have to go to a karaoke bar. We'll have to practice it.
Wincott says, I love the ride.
Well, thank you.
James Bond says, Baby Blue freestyling LOL.
I mean, I'm an expert at singing to instrumental songs.
Blue 806 says, my dad loves that song and that's all he would play on the guitar and we sang.
Cool beans. Yeah, I'm an expert singer when it comes to instrumental music. I do a perfect job.
Blue 806 says, nope, just loved that song by Joe Defeat too.
Yeah.
James Bond says, cool Baby Blue, do you watch Mike from Freight Relocators at all? He had a dog with him yesterday that would not stop barking, haha.
Yeah, Chris, what happened to you yesterday? I think James was sitting here. He was making a joke. He said you got into a car accident. You were now Lieutenant Dan with no legs. We were kind of going, are you joking? And he's like, yeah, I'm joking. So what happened to you?
Blue 806 says, every now and then when I get a chance, Chris, but no, missed them yesterday. Wincott says, I am related to Shania Twain.
That's cool. So is it wrong for me to say I had some very indecent thoughts about Shania Twain when I was younger? I think a lot of guys did. She was smoking.
James Bond says, LOLOK Baby Blue.
She's still not a bad looking woman for her age.
Ewing Gaming 26 says, when I was on road I never followed behind dump truck cause crack windshield. I was in Missouri about 200 or 300 feet or so. The rock did fly off until hit my windshield on passenger side last year.
Yep, never ride behind dump trucks.
Blue 806 says, Lieutenant Dan. James Bond says, LOL, I had a headache yesterday so had to rest. I was watching as at one point I was trying to translate what the fuck that sad Mark guy was saying, haha.
Gotcha.
At Tiffany00316 says, so, are we going to a karaoke bar after Red Lobster?
I don't know. Depends on how many body shots you guys give on me. I'm definitely going to need some liquid courage on that one. Loosen up a little bit.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, good morning at Babyglue 806.
Although I don't know if there's any Red Lobsters in the Dells. You guys may have to substitute for another restaurant that just has good seafood.
At Gwinkut says, I hope you have some thoughts about me. LOL, just kidding, Chom. At Babyglue 806 says, yes indeed, and she has some great songs. James Bond says, LOL at Babyglue 806.
Yeah, you'll have to send me a picture to my Facebook, and I can sit here and see how much you look like Shania Twain. And then maybe I will have some indecent thoughts. Never know.
At Gwinkut says, Shania Twain and playing in concerts in Ontario. I wish I could go see her again.
Yeah.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, at Chris Ayers 007 yes at Mark was being rude haha. James Bond says, where's the other Looney Tune? Has he been kidnapped by criminals again haha?
I don't know, he popped in later yesterday. He seems to be a good escape artist. He keeps getting away from him.
At Ewing Gaming 26 yeah lol I could not work out what language it was. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, using Google Translate LOL. James Bond says, LOL. At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
little tired, but I mean, I'm feeling better. Definitely feeling better today than I did yesterday.
At you in Gaming 26 says, Trump fall asleep at the funeral other day LOL.
Well, that's not good. But I mean, he is just human. It happens to anybody. It happens to everybody. I mean, you never know what the hell's all happening, you know. They could be waking him up in the middle of frickin' night. He could be up all frickin' night, and then he's got to deal with that the next day. So, you know, you got to give him a break every once in a while. It's not like being the president is just a 9-to-5 job.
Says, what, no way, LOL.
Not a normal 9-to-5 job, so.
And he is old.
Yeah, that doesn't help either. I mean, hell, I'd like to take an afternoon nap. But my job's boring. That's the reason.
Chef Tara says, Trump is a night owl.
Yeah.
Quincut says, what Trump is doing is scary.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing that's scary. Sometimes you got to be a little bit more descriptive, because that statement just means you said what Trump is doing is scary. What is Trump doing that's scary to you? Because we don't know what's in your brain.
At you in Gaming 26 says, freshman LOL.
Yeah. Context.
Frisky Kitty says, morning kids.
Morning, Frisky Kitty. Good to see you.
At you in Gaming 26 says, it was Tic TAC's candy.
So far the day's going pretty good. I'm a little tired. I'm actually live streaming at the moment.
Chef Tara says, morning Paula. James Bond says, morning Paula, hope all's good. Frisky Kitty says, cheers Chris. Fry says, hey kitty kitty.
Hey, kitty, kitty. Hey, kitty, kitty.
Frisky Kitty says, morning Tara. Fry fry.
Oh, you gotta do 3. Fry, fry, fry. Kitty, kitty, kitty. It's like the Beetlejuice.
At you in Gaming 26 says, good morning Fry. James Bond says, cheers Paula. Gwencoot says, I wonder who will run country when he leaves office, and I hope Mark Carney leaves Canada. He is going to ruin Canada like he did in 3 other countries with their economy.
Fun, fun, fun. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if he tries to push for the 3rd term. You know? Or if they end up doing the little...
Frisky Kitty
the
says,
little shell
all
game.
is okay Chris, thank you.
You know? J.D. Vance is president and Trump is vice president, and they do a little shell game. I don't know, I'm kind of curious.
Fry says,
I don't know.
hey at you in Gaming 26, I have been up all night moving into my new PC.
I don't know if Trump would be mentally good enough for another 4 years after this. I don't know.
Frisky Kitty says, meow meow purr.
Yeah, meow meow purr.
At you in Gaming 26 says, nice. Fry says, I will send you pics of the new setup later at you in Gaming 26. At you in Gaming 26 says, 105 days until GTA 6 officially releases.
Yeah, I won't give a shit until it comes out on PC, and they're gonna slow roll the shit out of that, which is gonna be annoying as fuck.
At Gwencoot says, I do not like watching the news. I like watching you roll on the road.
Yeah, I don't like the news either. The news, I find, is always depressing because you always hear about how many people have died. You know, there was a mass shooting. Well, not a mass shooting, but 2
Fry
people
says,
dead after
my little
shooting.
kitty kitty kitty.
2 people dead after shooting at, whatever, and it's like, it's just always depressing to hear how shitty the world really is.
James Bond says, at Paul Ainman 2401 cool. Frisky Kitty says, Fry pet me right and I'll purr for ya.
Yeah.
James Bond says, 105 years until GTA 6 is out, haha.
Yeah, no shit. Stop here real quick, I guess.
Chef Tara says, I think Trump needs to take what time he has left and enjoy his family and all of his grandkids and just golf a ton.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it would be interesting to see him push the limits and do it and see if it is actually feasible. Because there's questions on whether or not
the kitty petting the kitty.
There's questions on whether or not you can technically do it, So just from a technical standpoint, it'd be interesting to see, for the academic purposes, to see what the hell would happen.
Kitty says, purr.
But yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, I have Xbox Series S. At Tiffany00316 says, 33 days until we get to see Daddy. At Gwinkut says, yes, very depressing. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, I do watch CBS National News at 5:30 p.m. James Bond says, UK is very depressing. Why has the fuel price here gone up again? But oil price is still under $90 a barrel? All I see are idiots buying those electric cars. They doing what government wants. Frisky Kitty says, okay, Kitty has to work by all.
Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, shit. All right.
Fry says, later kitty.
Later, kitty. Bye. Off to work.
Frisky Kitty says, later. James Bond says, see you soon, Kitty.
Go, go, go.
Let's go.
Let's get this truck moving. Come on. Got to get a riding crop so I can beat it on the ass. Let's go.
At Tiffany00316 says, I want to hear the Ono sounder.
The Ono sounder?
No! No!
This one?
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, I was taking trash can out to street LOL.
I've got a Corvette in my way.
At Tiffany00316 says, that's my fab. James Bond says, LOL. At Tiffany00316 says, and fuck all the way off.
Fuck all the fucking way off.
Just parked
James
the
Bond
Corvette right
says,
in my way.
I like the video where someone put Tickle Me Elmo in a microwave. It did not end well for Elmo, haha.
Yeah, I can imagine.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, where are you, Glenny boy?
Oh, he's a half an hour at least behind me.
At TerraClock 8589 says, sent happy poop.
Happy poop.
Hey, you! Yoo-hoo! I'm over here! Yippee! Yoopee! You found silly poopy!
Yeah, get your midlife crisis out of my way. It's time to work. It's time to work.
At you in Gaming 26 says, blow the horn.
I can't do that now. I can do that when we're out on the road. If I did it now, everybody would be like, why is he blowing his horn?
James Bond says, thanks Tara. Chef Tara says, you're welcome Chris. Chef Tara says, can I blow your horn, Daddy?
It'd be nice. It'd be nice. You gotta see if you'd have the skills. Gotta see if you got the skills to pay the bills.
James Bond says, cheers Tara.
I like a good horn blowing. Definitely make for an interesting body shot.
Chef Tara says, cheers Chris.
I don't know. Alcohol in the tip though might burn. I don't know. That might not be a good thing. But I'll definitely let you try. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh fucking boy. The fuck is he doing?
James Bond says, thanks Tara.
Oh.
James Bond says, LOL. Speaking of what the fuck moments, I tuned into a new YouTube channel the other day and dude was fixing his car. Nothing weird about that, but then I pointed out he left a bong out, LOL.
Nah. Well, I mean, some places it's legal, or some places it's legal, so I mean, to each their own. I mean, there are channels where people are literally toking it up online. To each their own.
James Bond says, LOL. Stan Chilka. At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. At Stanchilka 272 says, I'm great. Thank you. Chef Tara says, you're welcome. Good to hear, Stan.
Oh, I'm tired. Stretchy, 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 stretchy. Oh.
At Stanchilka 272 says, Eric, Was watching Brett last evening and man was he on a roll. I was laughing out loud.
Yeah, what was he on a roll about?
Chef Tara says, I think I watched the same live stand. Was he on his bike dropping F-bombs left and right? LOL. Fry says, Brett was on fire, lots on good sound bits to get, just don't have time to do it. At Stanchilka 272 says, politics.
Oh, politics. Yeah, it's usually what he rants about. Israel. Politics.
At Marauder1 says, sent gold coin.
Cool beans. Well, thank you, sir. Not sure what they are, but I will take them. I will take the gold coins. Thank you.
At Stanchilka 272 says, yes, Tara. Leroy says, good morning everybody, I just realized I'm getting old. My daughter just turned 50.
Wow. So were you a young papa? Did you have her like at 18 or 20, or how old were you? How old are you? I guess that's an easy way. We can figure it out. If she's 50, it'd be just minus 50 from your age, and that's how old you were when you were getting the freak on.
James Bond says, thanks Leroy for the gold coin.
Thank you, Leroy. Yeah, I still don't understand the coins and the jewels that much, but I appreciate it.
At Stanchilka 272 says, my son will be 48 soon.
Gotcha. So you were 19. That's what you're saying. 19 years old. Well, you were 18 when you were doing it. Probably 19 when she was born.
James Bond says, no one has families in the UK anymore, hence the clergy plan inaction of government importing millions of immigrants replacement population due to low birth rates.
Yeah.
At Stanchilka 272 says, Leroy, I'm 69 as well.
Sorry, I'm attentively watching the paver because I'm not sure if they're going to come to me or if they're going to try to make me come to where they are, which definitely could be challenging. I haven't figured it out yet. I know they're getting close to making a decision. Look, it's Glenny Boy.
James Bond says, read this article, this happens daily in UK.
Yeah, Glenny Boy is not in a rush.
James Bond says, Glenny Boy finally turned up.
Yeah, I don't even know how long I've been here. I mean, that'll tell you how late he is. I mean, it's almost 10 o'clock. I mean, let me see. 20 minutes at least. Because I'm looking at the live. I'm backing up on it. So yeah, about 25 minutes late, Glenny is. Because I was there on time. I'm going to go figure something out with Glenny real quick. I'm going to try and figure out why I can't track his fucking phone. I'll be right back.
James Bond says, "That's not good. Glenny boy needs attitude adjustment LOL." At Stanchilka 272 says, "Chris, that's crazy. Hammer, knife and gas can." At Stanchilka 272 says, "Thank goodness school was closed." James Bond says, at Stanchilka 272 yep, and the problem is everyone will call me a racist for pointing out the common denominator. We are not seeing white European immigrants doing these attacks. Leroy says, "Dad moved out at 16, got a job and then got a job with good insurance. Started planning my future before I had any kids, that together for about 3 years before." James Bond says, at Stanchilka 272 yeah, I mean I am mixed race, have black people in my family, but they are Caribbean, they are civilized people, not North African soldiers. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, auction working today LOL. James Bond says, "That was good going, Leroy. Nowadays most youngsters don't want to work. Here they all on welfare benefits and they get their lives paid for by government."
Fixing Glenny up. I'm gonna make sure we can track his phone. So what's the point of paying for a company phone if we can't track it?
James Bond says, another 700 illegal fighting age males came today to the UK off small boats. I know the numbers seem very small, but each one of these men has killed many in his own nation.
Yeah.
James Bond says, I won't go on about it. Just wanted to make you Yanks aware of the situation, as it will likely be your soldiers having to save our ass again like you did in World War II.
Yep.
James Bond says, it's all down to weak politicians, accepting bribes. That's what causes these situations.
Yep.
At DrunkenDizzy07 says, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
James Bond says, morning drunk and dizzy. At Drunk and Dizzy 07 says, good morning Chris. Leroy says, yeah, I was 16 when I moved out of my house with my parents and started working, then I met her. I was going to college, I was taking classes for welding after high school. Make sure I had a job. James Bond says, cheers at Drunk and Dizzy 07. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, morning Dizzy, did you dizzy from ran into wall lol, just kidding, hope your day good. At Drunk and Dizzy 07 says, thanks at Ewing Gaming 26, hope you have a great day as well. Cheers Chris. Leroy says, yeah, I was planning on having kids, so I had to get a job with good insurance. I had that job 2021 and got no job with the same unit. I didn't want to jump into a big hole. I want to be a provider. James Bond says, thank you at Drunk and Dizzy 07. Leroy says, and I raised all 4 of my girls. They had college degrees for thinking about getting married and good jobs. That's why I brag 7 grandkids. You have to be prepared.
They're saying if you could back up so they can get done.
Okay.
At Dragonkla City Amandert says, hey to all, good morning everyone. I hope everyone has a great day.
Good morning. I'm trying to parent lock Glenny's phone so he stops deleting shit he's not supposed to delete. Alright, let's see if we can figure this out. Figure out what Glenny Boy's doing.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, good morning everyone.
Good morning.
No!
How to keep a child from deleting messages on an iPhone.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, Impact was on auction for 1994 motorhome bid for $100 have awaiting for approval LOL.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, hello Dragon Classy Diamond 2.
Hello.
At Peace Love Sunshine says, hey Chris GTSY. James Bond says, LOL at Ewing Gaming 26 a motorhome for $100 haha what is it a tent on wheels? At Ewing Gaming 26 says, motorhome with big block Chevy in it. James Bond says, at peace love sunshine cheers I've been distracted by the phone again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get Glenny's phone working because he's always screwing it up.
At Ewing Gaming 26 it must be fucked for $100 LOL. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, because no one was bid on it LOL. At Peace Love Sunshine says, right Chris probably needs a lot of work. At SB1Y says, good evening from the Gulf of Finland, Estonia and the capital Tallinn, where the sun is shining here in the evening. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, oh Glenny boy keep breaking.
Yeah, Glenny boy. Well, he deletes all his frickin' text messages, so then when we have sharing located on, it asks him if he wants to continue sharing his location, and he hits...
James Bond says, at Ewing Gaming 26 it won't sell if it don't meet the reserve though.
And he hits fucking no.
At SB1Y hello welcome in.
If he just would leave his fucking messages alone.
At Peace Love Sunshine yeah LOL.
He just won't leave the shit alone. That's where the problem comes in.
At SB1Y says, at Chris Ayers 007 hello Terradas.
It's not gonna be enough. I'm not gonna be able to just sit here. That sucks. I was hoping I could just sit out of the way, but that's not going to work. I should have set this up as a child account. That's where the problem comes in. I didn't set it as a child's account, so I can't control it as well as I'd like to.
James Bond says, at SB1Y cheers. At Telescope Production Services says, Fosse's lawyer was kicked out of the congressional hearing. At Telescope Production Services says, I think they should have spoken about the Dow.
It's stupid that I have to do this. That I have to fucking fuck around with this shit. It's like, really? I don't get it. I mean, common sense is somebody tells you not to do something, you should just not do it. But stupid people do stupid shit. And Glenn takes the cake. Oh, Glenn definitely takes the cake.
Chef Tara says, what did we miss?
Oh, I got Glenny's phone here and I'm trying to set it up so he can stop fucking it up. Because he's obviously too stupid to listen. He always deletes his fucking all of his messages. And when he does that, it makes it so that we can't track him. Which I'm sure he knows is what he's doing. So I'm trying to put a child's account on this phone because Glenn's a fucking child mentally, so that I can keep him from doing stupid shit. I gotta treat him like he's a fucking toddler. I've got Glenn's iPhone for the moment, so and I'm trying to fix all the settings he keeps screwing up. So if anybody needs to get a hold of Glenn, this is his other phone number for today. Oh, I'm pretty sure he clicks on fucking everything. Glenny is a computer virus.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
I'll just reset it. I'll put a child's account on there and call it a day. I'll set him up as a child. He'll be a child. Lenny's lucking out today. Because it's 50,
At Ewing
it's
Gaming
like 50
26
ton.
says, I never had virus on computer since 2006. I did. I was young. LOL. Haha.
I'm gonna have to go get the third load.
James Bond says, yes, Glenny boy is the virus. Haha. He stupid as a stupid does. Lieutenant Dan, you got no legs. Haha. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, Norton antivirus was real good.
I don't know, it was kind of bulky. I mean, antivirus is kind of a necessary evil, you know, but they always take away system resources. They slow shit down. Yeah, I guess I never anticipated the level of crap Glenn would do. He deletes every message. So it's like, if he doesn't remember it, he reads it and then he deletes it. And if he doesn't remember it, he doesn't have the message to go back and look at it later. So every message in his phone has just been deleted. And I definitely need to lock him out of doing that. You know, just leave the fucking messages the way they fucking are. Give him the ability, or make it so he can't delete messages.
Fry says, Norton is a virus LOL.
Let's go. Come on. Fucking move your ass. If you don't know how to drive it, take it home and fucking park it. Fucking slow ass people. I'm in a fucking dump truck, for Christ's sakes. These people need to...
Fuck all the fucking way off. Now people are starting to figure it the fuck out. Fuck, I hate stupid fucking people.
Fucking stupid people that don't know how to fucking drive.
James Bond says, 104 degrees in France today, wildfires out of control in France, Spain, Greece, Portugal, etc. Not good.
Yeah.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, LOL.
Yep. It's a stop sign. Let's go. Let's get her moving. I can sit here and I can drive a almost 27,000 pound vehicle better than you can drive your couple thousand-pound car. It's like, there's a problem here.
James Bond says, it's 95 degrees here, but luckily there is a cool breeze.
That's how we do it. That's how we get that shit done.
James Bond says, I reckon I can outdrag you in a stick shift car, Eric, haha.
Yeah, probably. I mean, this vehicle doesn't have that much acceleration. But if I get next to you, I can just push you over. Just like me. Whoop!
Wincut says, right turn Clyde.
Damn straight. Lane change. There was a subcompact car there. So how is Operation Real ID going?
James Bond says, no, I meant if you had exact same car as me and we were racing, I would win, as I bet you don't know heel and toe technique or left foot braking, haha.
You do not know me. I can drive a stick vehicle very well. You'll be like, I didn't know the car moved that fast.
James Bond says, LOL, Jane wins as his truck does 150 miles an hour, LOL.
Yeah. Especially if it's not my car and I don't give a fuck about it. I'll bang on the rev limiter between shifts. I'll never let off the fucking gas and just fucking slam shift it. If it ain't mine, then I don't have to give a fuck about it. Is it kind of scary that one of those coils, or two of those coils, are leaning over? 3 of them are perfectly all in line vertically, and 2 of them are leaning.
James Bond says,
Leaning towards the driver's side.
I can take a 90-degree corner at 70 miles an hour, no joke, like those rally drivers, haha.
Yeah. Well, your boy's got some skills you guys haven't heard about or seen. I'm pretty sure it'd be fun.
James Bond says, obviously I would have the home turf advantage, so the roads would be those tiny village roads, LOL, and yeah, those red things on that truck looked sketchy.
Yeah. The boss only ordered 50-ish tons of asphalt, so I'm headed up to the plant.
James Bond says, Faster than you, pal. I got a Ferrari, lol. Remember that from Fast and Furious, and then the Toyota smokes him, lol.
Yeah.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, that kind of Ford truck have Ford F250 F350 diesel, they can last 700 miles on 10.
Yeah. Let me know how many tons you guys want when you figure it out. Ding.
James Bond says, at Ewing Gaming 26, my little car only does 350 miles on a tank and costs $65 bucks US to fill, as petrol so expensive.
Yeah. My little Mitsubishi only has a 7, maybe 8 gallon tank. Usually it only takes 7 to fill by the time I'm like on empty. And it costs about $25 to
install
fill.
race room from Steam at Chris Ayers 007. It's free, and let's race and see what you got.
I gotta get a steering wheel and pedals. I don't like playing with controller for racing. I mean, it's better than keyboard and mouse, but if I'm gonna race somebody, I'm getting a steering wheel and pedals.
Gaming 26 says, we did use rental truck.
Yeah.
James Bond says, at Fry TV OK. Fry says, yes, I am getting a wheel, just still looking, so many new wheels out now.
Yeah, it's complicated. I've looked. I've definitely looked in the past. Then if you want the whole driving experience, you know, setting up the racing seat and having multiple monitors, it's a little bit of an undertaking. Because it doesn't do you any good if your pedals aren't mounted properly and you're going to hit the gas and the brake.
I want a 25 Nm wheel, but it's $1,300 for just the wheel. I don't have the money for that.
You do, but you're frugal. You've got the money, you're just not willing to spend that amount. There's a difference. And that's okay. I mean, I've got the money to spend on that, but yeah, I don't know if I'd want to spend that much either.
James Bond says, I'm installing it now. Fry, you will probably kick my ass as I have not played games in like 10 years, lol.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to do the whole racing seat and stuff.
Fry says, yes, you are right, Eric, I have it.
Yep. Yeah, there's a difference between not having the money, you know, and being poor or whatever, and not wanting to spend the money. I mean, you know, when you sit here and you say you can't afford something, it doesn't mean you physically can't. It just means that, you know, you can't justify it, or you've got other responsibilities for that money. That's just being money smart. Financially wise. You guys are awfully quiet in the chat today. So how is Operation Real ID going?
Fry says, I only have an Xbox controller, so it's not easy to race with that Chris Ayers 007.
Yeah, I'm not a huge simulator fan because a lot of my instincts are based on G-forces and, you know, a lot of other stuff that you can't really simulate, you know. So I definitely would do better in real life than I would
James Bond says,
on a simulator.
okay, Fry.
Charlie Cheswick always wanted me to play NASCAR, whatever NASCAR game there was, with him. Hello, sir. What's up? Not yet. Haven't heard hide or hair from him. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm headed up to the plant right now. We're on the last load, I guess, and I'm just going to be waiting to find out once they dump Glenny off how many more ton they want. So, because you ordered 50, we've got 40 on site. So, I mean, I've got room to grab more if we need more. So, that's my plan. So, okay. All right, bye. The hell? Yeah, I don't know why this is a 3-day job. You know, it's only 11 o'clock. Lenny could be heading up. I mean, it's a total of 6 loads. We could have banged this job out all today, so I don't know. Not 100% sure. Especially if we were dumping on the ground. So yeah, not 100% sure. Everybody's so quiet.
Fry says, yes, in real life I kicked that ass, was always a street racer.
Yeah, well, that's what you say. You haven't driven against me.
Act Wincoot says, just enjoying the ride.
Yeah. Had I had the opportunity to professionally race, I think I would have done pretty well. Just that opportunity never really
At You in Gaming
showed
26
for
says,
me.
LOL yeah.
Yeah.
James Bond says, well, Steam is a pain to install LOL.
Why is that? I've never had a problem with Steam. Actually, it's pretty simple. My opinion.
Act Wincoot says, Badger racing would be fun.
Yeah. I always thought it'd be fun to drive a trophy truck or like a dune buggy. I've always wanted to get a dune buggy.
At you in Gaming 26 says, 65 GB game LOL.
Holy crap. What was the name of the game again, just out of curiosity? I didn't catch it the first time.
Fry says, yes, and that game is about 73 gigs at Chris Ayers 007.
You definitely ain't downloading that one on dial-up. I remember back in the days we used to download games on dial-up. It would take fucking forever. You had to install a download manager so that if the download got interrupted, it could reinitialize the download.
Fry says, race room.
Race room. Huh. Never heard of that one.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, that could be why LOL is my SSD don't have that much space LOL. At you in Gaming 26 says, GTA 5 have 110 gigabytes.
Yep. I like GTA 5. If we get an early day today, other than having to fuck with Glenny's phone, probably gonna have to wipe his phone and make a completely new account.
Says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Probably gonna have to create an entirely different account. Child's account. I should have done it over the winter. I just never got around to doing it.
Fry says, race room is a free racing sim.
Yeah. Tara might have gotten deported back to Germany or something. I'm joking.
James
because
Bond says, LOL at you in Gaming 26. Yeah, I will need to do that LOL.
Joking because I text her and usually she's pretty good at responding. You don't have a birth certificate. You're illegal.
At you in Gaming 26 says, I did GTA San Andreas, it was good old game.
I remember playing the original GTA. Then GTA London, so on and so forth. Instant gang. That was always a funny thing. You'd get out, grab the token, all of a sudden a whole bunch of guys would come chase, would come join you. You had like your own little personal gang. Instant gang. Oh, she must be listening. Even though they didn't hear me sit here and say anything about the how is Operation Real ID going. Got her birth certificate. She is a citizen. No deportation to Germany. She's getting her real ID right now. She's sitting in front of the guy.
GTX on your system at ChrisAyers007.
The Road King there.
James Bond says, at Fry TV I told you the other day LOL del Alienware Aurora R5 I think LOL am like Glenny Boy at Tech I just use it and hope it don't explode.
Yeah.
At you in Gaming 26 says, 10 years old that old LOL. Fry says, what is the GPU at ChrisAyers007? James Bond says, at Fry TV a GTX 1070 I think. LOL James Stone Age computing habit I've got an old Pentium 4 machine in the closet that's over 20 years old and it still works LOL.
Yeah. I've got a motherboard that has tri-band memory that originally came with the first.
Gaming 26 says, 8 gigabytes that right I looked up LOL.
Came with the first generation of the i5, i7 motherboard. You know, the socket, I don't remember what the socket is, but it was the i7 920.
You can run race room if you had the space at ChrisAyers007.
And I upgraded it to a Xeon 6-core, where the original i7 was only a dual core, I believe, with hyper-threading. So I've got a
Gaming 26 says, it was $3,000 new 10 years ago now worth $200 LOL.
yeah. But yeah, that thing still probably could keep up. It plays GTA 5.
James Bond says, at Fry TV yet new SSD needed.
Well, it depends. That game might run off of a hard drive. Your games don't always have to be on SSD. It depends on how good the caching is.
Fry says, the 1070 is still a badass card at Chris Ayers 007.
Yeah, it's not a bad card. The 20 series wasn't that impressive. I'd gotten a 2070 water cooled, thinking I could overclock it. Nope.
James Bond says, at Ewing Gaming 26 LOL I know a lot of money down the drain and LOL at Fry TV it plays GTA 5 very well haha.
Yep.
I think first gen was Skylake?
Yeah, it probably was. I think it was only for that generation too. Once they swapped up to the next version, it was a different socket. But yeah, luckily they unlocked the BIOS so that you could, on the motherboard I had, so you could switch out to Xeon processors. So it was definitely a very nice upgrade to go from a 2-core to a 6-core.
Fry says, I run all my games on an HD not an SSD it just takes it longer to load the game that's it.
Sometimes. I mean, like playing real world games like GTA 5, I've noticed a difference. So I run GTA 5 on the SSD. But a lot of lesser games I can just run on the hard drive. It all depends. Depends on how open world the game is, I guess. And how fast the vehicles are. In GTA 5, I'd get micro stutters if I was driving through the world too fast. Yeah, it couldn't keep up.
At Fry TV old Velociraptor hard drive I have somewhere LOL they ran at 10,000 RPM so loud those old drives were.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that those Seagates, I think it was Seagate, they had the game drives, which was, what they called them was an SHD, I think, where it was a mechanical drive, but it had a built-in SSD for caching your most used files. In theory, it seemed like a really good thing, but I've had a few of them just take a shit. So, definitely not recommended. In theory, it was great, but oh my God, the Bigfoot. I had one of
Fry
those.
says, I still have an old Bigfoot drive.
Holy shit. Quantum. I think Quantum made them. Yeah. That was a fucking drive. Fucking 5 1/4 drive. I mean, I think my first one was what? Shit. 250 gigs or something? I don't know. Wasn't huge. But yeah, I remember those Quantum Bigfoots. I don't think I got one of those kicking around anymore. Old IDE drive.
James Bond says, LOL at Fry TV.
Yep.
Fry says, yes, it's Quantum Bigfoot and it's 1.5 gig is the one I had.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't remember what the sizes were. But yeah, I remember them fuckers.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, LOL.
Yep.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, yeah, 20 and 40 gigabytes, even 80 gigabytes hard drive can't even play games, hahaha. At Tiffany00316 says, it's on now, daddy. Tar's legal.
Yep. She didn't get deported back to Germany. waiting on Glenny's phone to unlock. I got this. Apple started doing this thing where if you want to like change the password or something, you gotta wait fucking an hour to do it. So I'm literally at that, like, minutes away.
James Bond says, at Ewing Gaming 26, I've seen an Aurora R10 for only £400 on eBay. GTX 1650 and 8GB RAM, Ryzen 5 3500 CPU. Problem is the drive is small, 256GB, no bueno.
One minute left on the security delay that's in progress.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, LOL ya.
$30 seconds. 30 seconds. Till I can make Glenn's phone a child phone. This is my physical phone, so Glenny doesn't get to really say anything about it.
James Bond says, at Ewing Gaming 26, to get a good PC here I would need to spend at least $1,000. Fry says, need about 32 gigs of RAM. You can get by with 16 gig at Chris Ayers 007. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, 5 4 3 2 1 boom.
Yeah. Okay, let's create Glenny a
James Bond says, at Fry TV, RAM's fucking expensive. No one is including more than 8 gigs of RAM for any system under £500.
The account name is going to be Glenny Boy.
Fry says, note that Chris Ayers 007. You can get a good PC for under $500 at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, at Fry TV, I will need to look at Facebook Marketplace as eBay seems all older systems for under 500. Fry says, eBay is the best at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, at Fry TV I will need to spend longer looking as not seeing anything decent today. I mean the CPU and GPU are good, it's the RAM and SSD that are the problem, lol.
Glenny Boy is being signed into Apple.
Fry says, I look every day at Chris Ayers 007 lost of good deals, you just have to heart the post and wait for the discount. I do it all the time on eBay. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, same here for eBay.
Aha! Glenny is now 13 years old. Glenny Boy, 13 years old. There we go, Glenny Boy.
James Bond says, deal I found comes with a 240 Hz Alienware monitor too.
Oh, I have an option to limit adult websites. No, I will let him do his, I will let him do his adult websites.
James Bond says, that's a good deal too, Fry. Glenny Boy has mental age of a 13-year-old kid, haha.
Yep.
At Night But says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. At KentuckyFan888 says, if computers are going to be 3K and up, fuck that. You used be able to get a good gaming PC at 1K. No, it's just unaffordable. James Bond says, at KentuckyFan888 yeah. Fry says, they all have Quadro card but you can still game with them. I do all the time. At Chris Ayers 007. Fry says, the Quadro card is way better cause it has ECC memory but not the best for newer games. At Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, at Fry TV, that's server memory, right? At Ewing Gaming 26 says, be back, run to gas station. He didn't pay water yesterday. He dumb stupid. He never pay on time bills and I do LOL.
Oh, fun, fun, fun.
Frisky Kitty says, afternoon lovelies.
Afternoon, everybody.
James Bond says, I want to get the fancy looking bells and whistles gaming PC so people go ooh ah when they see it. LOL. Hello Kitty.
how to stop a child from deleting
Fry
messages
says,
on their
Cyber
iPhone.
Power is junk, but that box has good specs at Chris Ayers 007. Frisky Kitty says, hello Chris.
Hello, Frisky Kitty.
Fry says, how is my little kitty kitty? Frisky Kitty says, I'm okay Fry Fry. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, he almost 70 years old. James Bond says, at Fry TV, yeah, I'm surprised it's so cheap. At Tiffany00316 says, where is Clara? She delivering strawberries today?
No idea.
Fry says, yes server mem at Chris Ayers 007. I have lots of Quadro cards for videos production. James Bond says, at Ewing Gaming 26 yikes, make sure you pay the bills LOL. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, he never pay rent on time too, haha. James Bond says, at Fry TV cool beans as Eric says LOL.
Yep.
Frisky Kitty says, hello Eric.
Hello. On an Apple iPhone, how do you keep a child from deleting his messages?
Fry says, Cyber Power just puts parts together, it's not the best white box at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, cheers Frisbee Kitty. Frisky Kitty says, cheers Chris Love. James Bond says, At Fry TV, aha. I might get one of those CN systems, as one you showed me was only like 200 quid in UK money. Frisky Kitty says, LOL Frisbee. James Bond says, at Paul Ainman 2401 cheers. Frisky Kitty says, hey Fry, maybe we can make a movie.
Make a movie? That sounds fun.
Fry says, I love Xeon systems, they just run a bit hotter at Chris Ayers 007, but that are server grade with way more C lanes at Chris Ayers 007. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, be back. James Bond says, at Ewing Gaming 26 in the UK it's out of control. You can legally get away now with not paying rent for 1 year as the Renters' Rights Act is in force. Some people house hopping and saving up a lot cash. At Fry TV, yeah, they usually have more cores in the CPU too.
It's really bad that I've got to do this for a grown-ass adult.
Okay, James. Fry says, I am working on a movie called Lyra Kitty Kitty. Are you in movie production? At Ewing Gaming 26 says, a girl live here town, she didn't pay rent about 7 month or a year, 7,000 rent, OLOL.
Alright, gotta go get 13 ton. Now I've got a line of fucking trucks here. Well, this
James
sucks.
Bond says, at Ewing Gaming 26, that's what people in UK do and they are saving like over 10 grand a year, LOL. Frisky Kitty says, Fry LOL, no imnit in movie production, maybe a private one, LOL. Fry says, will the movie have feet in it, kitty kitty?
Ha.
James Bond says, into honest though, I've never missed one rent payment in last 6 years I've lived here, lol. Fry says, sweet, that private film sounds good, kitty kitty. Frisky Kitty says, Fry, it'll have whatever you want in it. Fry says, kitty kitty. James Bond says, at Fry TV, is GTX Titan XP 12GB any good? Frisky Kitty says, Fry. Fry says, yes, very good but very old, at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, ah, okay, Fry, the system it is on is not cheap, over 600 quid. Fry says, so it will need to have new thermal paste, at Chris Ayers 007. It's old, I would look for a RTX card, at Chris Ayers 007, if you want to game new stuff. James Bond says, okay, Fry, cheers. Fry says, it's all about driver support for most new games, at Chris Ayers 007. So if you really want to game, I would look at 2080 and up, no less than 8GB, at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, at Fry TV, yeah, good point. Fry says, stay away from the 2080 Ti, has had problems, at Chris Ayers 007. Here, kitty kitty kitty. James Bond says, okay at Fry TV. Frisky Kitty says, I'm here fry fry fry. At Sweets Things says, hey all, checking back in, making phone calls and getting arrangements done. The funeral is Tuesday. We will be going up to the farm tomorrow. Kenny and Greg owned it together. So much to do. James Bond says, hello Kimberly, good to see you, sorry to hear about that. Hope the funeral goes well, God bless. At Sweets Things says, Eric, I want you to know how much I appreciate you redirecting to my channel. It means a lot.
Not a problem, Sweets.
James Bond says, hello Kimberly, good to see you, sorry to hear about that. Hope the funeral goes well, God bless. At Sweets Things says, Eric, I want you to know how much I appreciate you redirecting to my channel. It means a lot.
Not a problem.
I'm going to fix us some lunch. Tired of crying, telling the story to so many. Greg will be missed. James Bond says, at Sweets Things, sorry for your loss. At Sweets Things says, thank you Chris, we missed you yesterday.
Yeah, we thought you were Lieutenant Dan. James was sitting here saying that you got injured.
James Bond says, "At Sweets things you're most welcome, Kimberly. I hope all goes well with Greg's service." Fry says, "That's an i5 at Chris Ayers 007. It has good specs but it cost way too much. I have that same card and love it." James Bond says, "I told James to say that for a laugh."
Yeah.
At Fry TV, yet I have put in an offer for it, so we'll see what the seller says, and it's a cheeky offer, 100 British pounds less than they are asking, haha.
Grown-ass man, and I gotta put his phone in child mode. Figure that the fuck out. Figure that the fuck out.
James Bond says, there's one for Fry your own studio for $6,000 LOL seems a bit pricey to me. Fry says, LOL junk at Chris Ayers 007. Frisky Kitty says, hey Josh. James Bond says, at Fry TV LOL I thought so they trying to scam people haha. Fry says, I would not pay $500 for that junk at Chris Ayers 007. James Bond says, at Adoptable Joshy hello. At Fry TV they have been clever the way they position the monitors and mic etc. Trying to lure in the suckers haha.
It's been pretty good. This is the last load, so my day is almost over. So that'll be nice.
Fry says, get at Chris Ayers 007. Frisky Kitty says, hey Kentucky. At Kentuckifan 888 says, at Paul Ingman 2401 good afternoon. Frisky Kitty says, Fry when you coming to Wisconsin?
Yeah, Fry, when you coming to Wisconsin?
James Bond says, at Fry TV, yes, they say a sucker is born every minute, lol, that's why I'm careful on eBay. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, I brought vinyl decals as YouTube certified mechanic, lol.
Yeah, I found one. I got one right here. Somewhere. Here it is. I think. No, that's not it either. I have one. I was gonna put it like right here, but in this small camera view, you don't see it. It's only when I go full screen. Unfortunately. Guy's not going to be there till 1, so he should be there pretty damn close to about the time I get there. did lose the other router. That explains a bit. I was kind of wondering if that happened. Alright, I'm going to reset the stream real quick just to get the...
Fry says, what's in Wisconsin, kitty kitty? I am a homebody now.
She's in Wisconsin. I'm going to reset the stream real quick. I'll be right back.
Frisky Kitty says, I'm in Wisconsin.
And there we go. All the connections are back up. Yeah, Fry, that's what's in Wisconsin is her. You want to see those feet, you got to take the pic yourself.
Fry says, gotcha kitty kitty, see you in about 7 hours, haha.
You got a private jet I don't know about? It's a lot farther drive from Texas to Wisconsin. You been holding out on me? Sitting here being a jet setter?
Frisky Kitty says, LOL, I got a place for you to stay. Fry says, I will fly low, Eric.
Uh-huh.
You in Gaming 26 says, I was in Missouri and I lost my brakes on Suburban last year. It was below the line on driver's side back main brake line. It was cost me $350 fixed. It was rusted line.
Yeah. That's pretty reasonable, I think.
Frisky Kitty says, Fry Fry, if you come in the winter I'll keep you warm. Fry says, Kitty Kitty. You in Gaming 26 says, I was lucky no cars in front of me, LOL.
Yeah, it is pretty lucky.
Frisky Kitty says, Fry Fry, hehe.
Very annoying. I have to turn a phone into a child's phone for a grown-ass adult.
One says, hey, how's going?
It's going pretty good. Day's almost over. I'm pulling the last load.
At Kentuckithan888 says, who is that for Glenny?
Oh yeah, it's for Glenny boy.
Frisky Kitty says, what has Glenny boy been doing?
Well, we got him the phone so that we can track where the fuck he is, because he's always like off doing something. So it's so we know where the fuck he is. And somehow he keeps turning off fucking the tracking, and it's like, you know, because it'll ask him a question or something and he'll say no. You know, it's like, dude, stop fucking turning this shit off. I think we just need to buy a fucking GPS unit to put in the truck. You know, I thought the phone would be easier, but it gives him too many options to fuck it up. So I think we're just going to I'm going to end up having to get some type of GPS tracker. Just put it in the fucking truck. Pull the SIM card out of this, put the tracker in the truck, and just call it a day. Because obviously the phone isn't working. And part of it is because whenever he gets a text message, he reads it and then he deletes it. Well, when he deletes it, the message from like me or the boss, it gives him the option to stop sharing tracking. And he keeps clicking the wrong answer. Apple AirTags don't really work as well. I mean, I could.
Frisky Kitty says, Apple AirTag?
Yeah, I could potentially throw an Apple AirTag in. If he's still got that phone, you know, I'd have to share it with that phone. That might work a little bit better. That's a possibility, because he'll have an iPhone with him. I'll just have to share it as a device so it doesn't come up on a notification that there's an AirPod tracking you. So yeah, that might work. But then he's such a fucking clean freak, he'll probably find it and throw it away thinking it's some piece of trash. So I'll have to figure out where the fuck to put it so he doesn't throw it away. I actually have a spare AirPod or whatever AirTag. Yeah, I just got to figure out where the fuck they are right off the top of my head.
James Bond says, Glenny boy causing Eric so much stress his hair's turned gray LOL.
Yeah, ain't that the fucking truth? Honestly, I wish I could just treat him like a child, fucking give him some fucking discipline. Fucking grown-ass man needs a fucking ass whipping.
Samuel Wilkinson says, "Hey Eric, y'all."
Hey, welcome in, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Because obviously his mommy and daddy didn't teach him right. Fucking go at him with the switch. Who's your fucking boss? Who's your fucking boss? Listen to me when I'm talking to you, fucking bitch.
Frisky Kitty says, "Well, this kitty has to get back to the fun. Hope you all have a great day. Enjoy your afternoon off. Eric, bye my fry, bye all. Love ya."
Catch you later, Frisky.
At You in Gaming 26 says, "I put vinyl decal on my gaming case on glass, ha. James Bond says, "LOL." Fry says, "Later kitty kitty kitty." James Bond says, "See you soon at Paul Aikman 2401. Kentuckithan 888 says, Glennaboy is the type of coworker that will cause a fight at work.
Yeah. I've got a serious
Fuck,
problem
I hate
with...
stupid fucking people.
Just me.
James Bond says, yeah, and Eric be kicking his ass LOL.
Yeah.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, pretty much.
It's just very frustrating, that's all.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
Just frustrates me.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, at Chris Ayers 007 exactly.
Yeah. Glennie had gotten into an argument the day that we had the PTO came apart on his truck. You know, he calls the boss, and you know, the boss is like,
Ewing Gaming 26 says, this is a test of the Trump Broadcasting Network. In case of boredom, you will be directed to Mechanic Eric America Livestream.
so he calls the boss, and the boss is like, well, what do you want me to do about it? You know, I'm not the mechanic. Call Eric. And Glennie in his own head, he's like, what's Eric gonna do? I mean, he said it to the boss. He's like, what's Eric
James
gonna
Bond
do?
says, at Kentuckithan 888 yeah LOL.
Well, obviously, I took care of the fucking problem. That's what I'm gonna fucking do. Glennie has it in his head he's a mechanic. For some reason, he thinks he's a mechanic. I don't know why. You know, not everything can be fixed with super glue and fucking duct tape, but he's got it in his head that he's a qualified mechanic or something. So, you know, the truck was fucked in his mind, so he figured, well, it had to be towed. You know, no idea what the hell was wrong with it. Just, oh yeah, it's busted. It needs to be towed. That's not a mechanic. That's the guy, that's a driver. Glennie, you're a driver. I'm a mechanic. I put that shit back together and you were able to drive the fucker over. And we didn't have to pay a tow bill. That is the difference. Mechanic, driver. But at least Glennie's good content. I mean, I'll give him that. He's good fucking content. If it was easier to stream, I should set up a camera in his truck and live stream him for a day. A day in the life of Glennie. I'll let you guys all watch the shit show. I'd actually be curious to see in reality how How fucked up it all is. Maybe I'll strap a GoPro in there. Strap a GoPro in the truck and just set it to record. Maybe we can't live stream it, but we can watch it the next day. Day in the life of Glenny. It could be entertaining. Oh, my microphone's dying.
Ewing Gaming 26 says, 2 hours later being redo ADS game haha. Ewing Gaming 26 says, almost done, it was having issues last few days lol.
Yeah.
At Kentuckifan
Why
888 says, can Glennaboy work any of the equipment? I
Nope.
bet he can.
Nope. He can't operate it, he can't load it, he can't. There's nothing literally Glenny Boy can do other than just drive the truck. That's all Glenny Boy is capable of. And then I don't even know how good he is at that.
Aquatimus Spirit says, driving.
Yep.
At Kentuckifan 888 says, they need another driver like you on the team.
Yeah, technically I know of one, but the problem is he's working for the father, and they won't switch. They won't do that kind of stuff. So even if that guy quits working for the father, Elijah won't hire him because it would just cause too much bad blood. So fortunately, that's never going to happen. I mean, I don't know how good of a mechanic he is, but he's not an idiot. I mean, I've seen some of the stuff he's had to fuck with.
Says, have a blessed and safe day.
I've seen some of the stuff he's had to fuck with, and he seems competent. So I think he'd work out well, but
James Bond says, Aquatimus Spirits cheers you too.
yep, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Wasn't a bad bike. Looked like a Dyna. Looked like a Dyna Y-Glide, I think. I didn't look at the rear suspension. It could have been a Softail. Old twin
At
cam.
Kentuckifan 888 says, nice bike.
It was an old twin cam. Where the fuck is the paver? Alright. I can figure out where the fuck they put the paver. The guy's not here yet, as far as I know. They were around the corner. I didn't see them. Yeah, she's gimpy because she ended up on 4th of July. She fell in a porta potty and fucked up her hand. So she really hasn't been able to do much other than like drive the truck. So. But the boss hasn't let her go. Not liking this angle.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, EWW, that had to be nasty.
Well, the guy's here.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, LOL, good one.
Yeah. So the guy's here adjusting the paver, it looks like. Or was. I don't know. I don't know if he adjusted it or what. Alright, I gotta go back there and look see what's going on. must have sent Glenny Boy home because I don't see him here. So Glenny Boy got an earlier day than me because he was late, rewarding his lateness. Very annoying.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, that's not right.
Yeah. It is what it is.
James Bond says, Glenny Boy very crafty.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
James Bond says, it is what it is lol, that saying I have heard too many times now, Eric.
Yeah. Yeah.
At Kentuckithan888 says, I really hope the boss gives you the power to fire. Maybe he will listen to the stream. Give Eric.
No.
James Bond says, Glenny boy red card LOL.
Yep.
Ad Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Get to work, you slacker!
At Kentuckithan888 says, I know you would fire him right on the spot LOL.
No, I'd find his replacement first.
James Bond says, and become a member for only $2.99 a month.
Yeah. That's really stupid that iPhone doesn't have the ability to keep your kid from deleting their text messages. It'll give you a list of like what they've messaged, but it doesn't give you the ability to keep them from deleting messages. It's like, why? That seems like that would be such a simple feature. Just take away the delete button. Just literally have it so that you can restrict access.
Gaming 26 says, a guy I work with, he is yelling treating me bad right now. James Bond says, Android gives the power LOL, another win for Android over Crackle haha.
Android gives you the power to put the phone in child's mode and keep deleting messages? I got an old ass Android, I don't care.
Sorry to hear that, James.
But the only reason I need him to not be able to delete messages is so he doesn't break the fucking tracking. I don't give a fuck that he's deleting messages.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, because I want my money, that why I'm very upset. James Bond says, Fry will know how to do it. Jailbreak that iPhone LOL.
You really can't jailbreak them that easily anymore.
At Ewing Gaming 26, take the dude to court, get an attorney.
Yeah. I think that's a little drastic.
James Bond says, Eric, just so you know, I was just asked by YouTube to approve Lane's message and there's literally nothing bad about the message, haha.
Nothing I can do about it. I've shown you, Fry's shown you, not a damn thing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it. It is what it is.
Rodder says, hey buddy, how many loads today?
This is my second load. And my last load.
James Bond says, YouTube has lost its marbles.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, hello Eric.
Hello Peppermint. Long time no see.
James Bond says, hello Clara, hope all is well. Peppermint says, my name is so small I was wondering if it works.
No, it still works.
Peppermint says, good morning everyone. Peppermint says, it grew looking like. Peppermint says, hello Chris.
Fun, fun, fun. He's making adjustments, so I gotta go see what he's doing. I'll be right back.
At Babbyblue 806 says, wow 77 degrees temp, I'm so jealous. James Bond says, at Clara Bailey cheers. Peppermint says, hello Eric, you doing okay today? Fry says, hey at Clara Bailey. Peppermint says, hello Fry. Peppermint says, they showing 108 were im at 000 socks. James Bond says, at Babyglu 806 it's 95 in the UK today. Peppermint says, for today I'm going to hide in a lake. James Bond says, LOL good idea. At Babyglu 806 says, it's L. "98 here and I haven't checked the heat index yet." James Bond says, at Babyglu 806 2 hot mud duck LOL. At Babyglu 806 says, yeah way too hot with the humidity feels like a darn sauna. Peppermint says, yes just got shower ready to go back in.
out here making adjustments, and I'm not out there. It's like, well, the whole point of you being here is so I know what to adjust.
James Bond says, at Babyglue 806.
Hey, Baby Blue, welcome in.
Supposed to be getting some storm soon, can't wait, LOL.
Go Beans.
Hi Eric. Peppermint says, right. James Bond says, they thought you had Jedi mind powers, Eric, haha.
I guess.
At Babyglue 806, Eric went through a tornado the other day, LOL. Luckily no one in Wisconsin was hurt by it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was out by Appleton. And the thing is like I said, we work out in that area a lot, so we could have been there. We weren't, thank God, but we could have been.
At Babyglue 806 says, what the heck, dang, yes, glad no one was hurt.
We saw some rotation where I was, though. Wasn't very aggressive, but you could see that the clouds were going one direction and the higher clouds were going the other.
Peppermint says, if we get rain it just makes it hotter.
Ah.
At Babyglue 806 says, I was on the Weather Channel that day when the warning came out for the area. Chicago got hit hard.
Yeah, I didn't hear of any tornadoes though in Chicago, so we definitely got hit harder.
James Bond says, at Babyglue 806, yeah, Michigan got storms too. At Babyglue 806
What?
says, yeah, I've seen rotation. Funnel
I
cloud
don't believe
and
I'm
tornado.
empty.
I used to want to be a tornado chaser.
I thought I had more. I still got a little bit in there. still a little bit in there. I don't know what he's talking about. Move out of the way. I still got a little bit in there.
Babby Blue 806 says, yeah, Chris and I have a buddy that lives up there, so I was watching it also. James Bond says, at Babby Blue 806 cool, you should watch Vince's storm chasing show sometime as he's in Wisconsin.
I don't know where the hell she's going. Oh, they need fuel, I bet. I don't think they order enough ton, but it's okay. We can be short on a base.
At Babby Blue 806 says, I watch a few of them. Max is the one I really remember his name. At Kentuckyfan 888 says, do you think they will make you get more asphalt?
Not today. We'll get some asphalt in the first load if we're short today. They'll do that first thing tomorrow, and then by the time we lay the second coat, it'll be firmed up. So, won't be a big deal. This is just the base coat.
James Bond says, at Babby Blue 806 LOL, max velocity is not liked in the chasing community. Conquer Croft, Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic, Vince Wheelty, etc. The best they are in the McKinneys. At Babby Blue 806 says, oh, I know Chris, he's the meteorologist, but he shows 3 of the chasers in the areas they are W. More sure of a tornado. James Bond says, at Babyglu 806 aha. Peppermint says, I couldn't chase a tornado, I run away.
Worst possible spot for her to park.
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you. James Bond says, LOL Clara. Says, I will have to check to see if I have bits. I know I'm on Corey, Connor and Brandon.
That's all she wrote, folks.
Peppermint says, I watched them win in Oklahoma, no way I would do that.
We're going to probably be about a ton or two short, it looks like. In my opinion. In my opinion.
At Sherry Koski says, hi from Wisconsin.
Hello, Sherry. How you doing? Welcome in. Fellow Wisconsinite. Fellow cheesehead extraordinary.
At Babbyblue806 says, I wouldn't be so scared if I was in the Dominator.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a crazy rig they got. I believe they've got like spikes so they can actually spike themselves to the ground.
Hiya Sherry.
I don't know why they just didn't screen that out. But okay.
James Bond says, at Sherry Koski hello.
Well, that'll be the day. I just got to deal with the guy about adjusting the
At
screen.
Babbyblue806 Yeri Timmer is crazy lol.
Deal with the guy about adjusting the screen, and then I get to go home. Not as quick of a day as I thought, but still pretty quick. Alright, I'm gonna go out and talk to this guy and try to figure this out. So, because as soon as I'm done talking to him, I get to go home.
At Babbyblue806 says, Yared is probably the one I watch the most. Woohoo home time. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, I'm going to get a lawyer when I move to Florida right away. James Bond says, at Babbyblue806 yeah he's cool, drives straight into the tornadoes haha. At Babbyblue806 says, Yeah, put the day with the personal car now. That was a scary day for him, I bet. At Babyglu 806 says, but not put gosh come on autocorrect. James Bond says, LOL baby blue. At Babyglu 806 says, LOL. At Babyglu 806 says, so you've been doing alright, Chris. Oh, I'm sorry, James Bond, LOL. James Bond says, LOL at Babyglue 806 not too bad thanks hope all's good there. At Babyglue 806 says, that's good, yeah not the best but definitely not the worst. At Babyglue 806 says, just hotter than the devil's armpit LOL. James Bond says, at Babyglue 806 hope things improve for you. At Babyglue 806 says, thanks I appreciate it. James Bond says, at Babyglue 806 cheers. At Babyglue 806 says, mate. At Chef Tara says, sent happy poo. James Bond says, at Babyglu 806. Cheers Tara for sending the happy poop LOL. At Babyglu 806 says, WTG Tara. Daddy's good girl says, cheers guys. James Bond says, at Chef Tara you're welcome. James Bond says, long conversation lol over 20 minutes now. At Babbyblue806 says, LOL. At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Daddy's good girl says, where is Eric? James Bond says, LOL, he's talking to someone. Daddy's good girl says, is he almost done for the day? At Babbyblue806 says, LOL, love the name Tara. Daddy's good girl says, thank you Blue. At Babiglue 806 says, "You're so very welcome." James Bond says, "Too many points LOL." Peppermint says, "LOL." James Bond says, LOL Claret, I got more points. Peppermint says, LOL yes I seen that. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, LOL. Frisky Kitty says, afternoon. At Stanchilka 272 says, hey Paula. James Bond says, at Paul Ingman 2401 you have said hello 3 times now, haha goodbye again. Frisky Kitty says, hey Stan, hey Chris. Yeah, I get 3 breaks in a day. Where's ma fry? James Bond says, cool kitty. Frisky Kitty says, so what's happening? Fry says, hey kitty, I am in the kitchen cooking. Lurking and cooking. Frisky Kitty says, LOL I hit ya on FB2 Fry. Leroy says, what's been going on? I had to vent to do good afternoon to everybody. I was here earlier, never find out what those gold coins are. Leroy says, I think I do stupid spell checker, I didn't read it. At Babiglu806 says, must not be quitting time yet, haven't seen him hit the door running. James Bond says, Adler Adder 1 Glenn got to go early for some reason not good and Eric the one who drew the short straw. He was not happy, but I know his boss will reward him for having to pick up the slack. Frisky Kitty says, oh well she. Frisky Kitty says, Fry, you were supposed to be on your way here. At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Frisky Kitty says, well my lovelies, my time is up again, so you all have a good night. I gotta mo, love ya all. James Bond says, Glenny boy needs to be given the sack, haha, literally has forced Eric to stay behind for hours today. Bye bye kitty, see you soon. At Kentuckyfan888 says, he thought he was going to go home early. Don't look like that will happen. James Bond says, at Kentuckithan 888 it happens a lot as Glenny boy always makes up excuses to leave early even though Glenn showed up late today. At Kentuckithan 888 says, yep, his boss just needs to say I'm tired of you being late not doing shit. You're fired. James Bond says, at Kentuckithan 888 the boss needs to find someone to replace him as he needs more than one driver unfortunately otherwise I predict he would have fired Glenny boy a long time ago. James Bond says, but it is becoming a big issue now as it's like a daily occurrence that Glenn is causing trouble for Eric and the rest of the crew. At Kentuckithan 888 says, very true. I bet Eric could find a driver to replace Glenny. James Bond says, at Kentuckithan 888 yeah. At Kentuckithan 888 says, yep, and putting more stress on everyone else because of him. James Bond says, at Kentuckithan 888 yeah. Leroy says, still working on Lenny's phone, maybe give him an email or YouTube fix it, or I can delete stuff I haven't found. That game everybody's getting points for. Peppermint says, oops. At you in Gaming 26 says, trouble Glenny boy LOL.
Fun, learning how to adjust the paver.
James Bond says, LOL James damn straight haha.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't expect this to take this long. Alright, I'll be back. Still got some more education to do, or done. I guess I could sit here for a little bit. They gotta take the cover off. Oh boy. Fun.
James Bond says, welcome back Eric, over 1 hour later LOL.
Yeah, this is definitely taking a lot longer than the old paper. But I mean, he's also teaching us how to do it, I guess. Teaching all of us. Nice thing is that the actual operators are learning how to adjust it, so I might not have to. Anything that helps me not have to do it myself is good.
Leroy says, did you get Lenny's phone figured out? I got up at 4 a.m. my time in California, been trying to take a nap, but it's not working.
Yeah, I got Glenny's phone figured out, I think. I just wish there was a setting to disable the delete button on messages. But I mean, I'll always be able to track it. Even if he disables a whole bunch of shit, I'll still be able to track it. I made it a child account. He can't turn tracking off. So yeah. Glenny Boy is 13 years old now. Which seems fitting.
Leroy says, that's what my daughters do for their kids. Sometimes they say they're somewhere they're not supposed to be.
Yeah. Yep. Alright, better get back out there.
James Bond says, Eric having to be tutor today. At Kentuckifan888 says, you know, if they didn't have Eric, the company would have to spend more money on mechanics to fix things.
Okay, my lesson is done. I've learned how to
Really
adjust
says,
everything.
I've seen a lot of people walking around, but I don't see the paver movement. They must be fixing something. What are you guys think?
We are learning how to adjust the paver. That's what we're doing. So yeah, we're done with work. This was just, we were learning how to maintain and adjust the paver as we need to. So that's what we were doing right now. I get to go home because now I know all the adjustments. They're going to do the rest of the adjustments. And I'm going to go buy some wrenches because we don't have the necessary wrenches. So I'm going to go buy some wrenches. I need inch and a half and inch and 1/16. So that is the plan. So I'm going to go drop you guys off. I mean, unless you guys want me to stream a little longer, I can take you to Menards first. You guys can just look at the parking lot. Up to you guys. Well, that's not an answer. I asked a question.
James Bond says, okie dokie smoky LOL.
That's not an answer. Alright. I'll stream longer.
At Kentuckifan888 says, stream longer, I don't mind.
Gotcha.
At Lane Rodder says, take us with you.
Yeah, I'd take you out of the truck if I could.
At Kentuckifan888 says, yes. Stream longer. James Bond says, okie dokie means yes, dumbass LOL.
I don't know who you think you're calling a dumbass.
Eric, don't end up like Glenny Boy Happa.
How would I end up like Glenny Boy? 'Cause 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 Gotta go put fuel in the truck too.
James Bond says, you would have to hit your head very hard.
I'll let you guys people watch. We'll let you people watch. Alright, I'll be right back.
At Kentuckifan 888 says, you thought you were going to have an early day LOL. At Sweets Thing says, hey Eric and all, finally got the announcement to social media, and phone calls made, woo, oh shoot, he just left, well I'll be back. James Bond says, cheers at Sweets Things. Hope you're able to get all you need done today, Kimberly. At Babbyblue806 says, is Eric finally headed home? James Bond says, at Babbyblue806, yeah. At Babbyblue806 says, awesome. Sorry the sun is on my phone so can't see very well, lol. James Bond says, LOL Leroy.
We got wrenches! Wrenches! Yay!
And okay Babbyblue, don't trip in those mud duck boots, lol. At Babyblue806 says, no rain yet so don't have the boots on yet but my white stripe on the top of my foot from my flip-flops are getting brighter LOL.
Ha!
James Bond says, hello Eric.
Hello.
Leroy says, what size rancher do you have to use to get a trailer hitch ball off? They're pretty big.
I don't remember. I think it's 1 7/8 though. Or maybe it was 1 13/16. Honestly, I don't remember.
James Bond says, LOL at Babyblue806. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, so dang hot here it make me not feeling good.
Yeah, it's kind of hot here too. And truck says 84. What's that? What's the temperature thing say? 77? I don't know. I don't know which one's right.
James Bond says, LOL baby brown we be calling you now haha.
All these fucking people just sat at the light waiting for me to stop. It's like, fucking go. I'm gonna stop, I swear.
Leroy says, that's why I use a Crest wrench, sometimes I don't have the right tools.
Yeah, but problem is sometimes crescent wrenches won't fit where you need them. So you need the slimness of the actual wrench, and that's where we're at. I'm actually gonna have to take one of the wrenches and cut it.
Babyblue806 says, your overlay says 77, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I think that's the forecast, but it feels hotter. The truck says it's hotter. Truck says 83.
At Drunk and Dizzy 07 says, how many more miles you driving?
Not much. We're gonna stop in here. We're gonna get some fuel, and then we're gonna take it back to the shop, and that's only like 2 miles away. So we are literally like at the end.
Oh hey Babyblue. At Babyblue806 says, note there James Bond don't take away from my blue eyes LOL. Hiya Dizzy GC.
Fuel up time.
James Bond says, at Babyblue806. At Drunk and Dizzy 07 welcome back. At BabbyBlue806 says, I'm sure your truck is most likely right.
If I'm sitting idling for a while, the engine heat will
At
affect
Drunk
it.
and Dizzy07 says, thanks Chris, good day sir.
So it depends. If I'm moving, I think it's more accurate. But if I'm just sitting someplace, it'll say fucking 90 degrees, and I know it's not 90 out.
James Bond says, cheers at Drunk and Dizzy07. At KentuckyFan888 says, Eric hungry, I'll order him a few hot dogs LOL.
I'm on a water fast today. I'm not drinking. I'm not eating anything. Just drinking water. I'll probably break it tomorrow. I'll eat something tomorrow morning. Just give my gut a chance to get a little better. This is not a fast pump.
At BabbyBlue806 says, my mom gave me her Stanley Cup and made a difference on how much water I'm drinking 'cause it's nice and cold. James Bond says, awesome at BabbyBlue806. Leroy says, I have a joke. It may not be funny. This guy asked another guy what's another word for constipation and he said it hasn't came out yet LOL.
It was funny.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
And become a member. $2.99 a month.
At BabbyBlue806 says, yeah Chris, I used to say I drink a lot of water a day 'cause of drinking sweet tea and being made with water LOL. James Bond says, at BabbyBlue806 LOL. At BabyBlue806 says, but drinking actual cold water has been amazing with how hot it's been.
Yeah. I thought I read somewhere you would think drinking cold water would force your body to burn more calories to reheat that water up, but I could have swore I read something recently
I was shocked 14 hours later still had a lot of ice in that cup.
that it's actually worse for your body to drink cold water versus room temperature. I mean, we all drink cold water, cold sodas, but I could have swore I read something that said here and said that it's actually not good for you. I was supposed to pick up 3 fucking nuts too. Son of a bitch.
Samuel Wilkinson says, hey at BabyBlue806. At BabyBlue806 says, I heard that too, that it takes more calories to warm the water up.
Yeah, you would think the logic would work that way, but somehow it like triggers something in your brain that it's actually worse to drink cold water.
Fry says, yes, never drink cold water. At DrunkenDizzy07 says, on cold days I like to take big slurps of a slushy until I got a brain freeze. At BabyBlue806 says, and yes, heard that too, that room temp is the best for you, but I can't help it, it's too hot. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, because hot real bad humidity is mess me up. At BabyBlue806 says, Hiya Samuel Jeetsy. Leroy says, do they have a limit on how much diesel you can get at one time? They do out here unless you're at the big pumps at a truck stop.
Yeah, $175 is the limit. But that's for gas also.
At Sweets Things says, I always drink room temp water. If you are overheated, you can drink cold to bring down the body temp. The cold water is not good on the organs. Leroy says, now you tell me, no wonder I keep messing up, can't think right, always tired. At BabyBlue806 says, I keep my Stanley with cold water and then a bottle of room temp for when I'm not so hot. Samuel Wilkinson says, "Yep, at Babyglu 806 is it hot weather today?"
Holy shit. $175 worth plus 152. Wow, she was a thirsty truck. It was thirsty.
With the feels like of 110 and 50% humidity. James Bond says, expensive.
Knew that light was going to change. This guy had no fucking excuse for not going. He was sitting right here. It's like, dude, the light don't get any greener.
At Babyglu 806 says, "Dang, can't type today," meant to say I will keep my Stanley and also a room temp bottle of water from now on.
Yeah. Go. Five below is going in where the old Office Max was. That's funny. Because that's what the world needs, is another Five Below. Oh.
Samuel Wilkinson says, it's 97 degrees Fahrenheit with the feels like of 113 degrees Fahrenheit and 52% humidity here in Vicksburg, Mississippi. At Horrorgothgal says, my daughter and I love Five Below.
Yeah, it's an okay store. There's not much for me there, though.
Fry says, it's all just plastic junk at Five Below.
Yeah. Chinese junk.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, dew point almost 80 here. At Ewing Gaming 26 says, 70% humid. At Horrorgothgal says, I've been driving all day like you, Eric.
Yeah, no shit. I've been sitting here kind of wondering, you girls haven't been in the frickin' chat. I was like, what the hell? I figured you guys, because you've been driving all day, you'd be chitter chatter. You guys just made it in time for me to end the stream. Alright. Because that's where we're at. We are at the end of the day.
At Ewing Gaming 26 says, have a good night and rest well.
Yeah, don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, and say hi to whoever I send you to. Be nice.
Did you have good sleep last night?
It was okay. It wasn't the greatest. I've had better. For fun, we'll send
Leroy
you.
says, our Dollar General used to be $1 for everything I've gotten. Their price went up to $1.25 per item, and then they have some stuff that $5 and $6. I got 7 cases of water from.
Hi, everybody. So I got somebody new to send you guys to. So say hi, thumbs up, let them know where you came from, and you guys have a great night. Okay, everybody, have a lot of fun.
Fry says,
just
later all.
Just don't name it after me. Okay.
At Horrorgothgal says, we were on a mission and got everything done.
Tickets? Did you get the tickets done? All right. Talk to you guys later.